Catch and move! Hello everyone and a warm welcome to the final round of the CG United Women's T20 Blaze. This is a decisive round as 4 teams still vie for those 2 spots in the final. It must be said of those 4 teams, some with a more arduous challenge than others. Another absorbing day awaits at 2:30. Guyana and Barbados will meet. At 7 p.m. the 2 composite teams will play each other. But to start off this fast-moving day, Trinidad and Tobago women are about to do battle with Jamaica women. Jamaica women are virtually out of contention for a spot in the final. Trinidad and Tobago, on the other hand, are firmly challenging for a top 2 spot. We are live from the gorgeous island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, from a venue that can rival some of the best in the world, Annisvale Cricket Ground. And to tell you, and I told you, it should be an enthralling day, and to strap in for the action, I have with me for company Mr. Allenson Cruikshank. Good morning to you, Mr. Allenson Cruikshank. How are you doing?
Good morning to you, Stacey, and good morning to all our viewers. Doing fine, thank you.
Yeah, news from the middle. Jamaica won the toss and decided to have a bowl first. No surprises there, given that their first victory in the tournament, the only victory so far in the tournament, coming by way of chasing. So I'll get the teams to you shortly, and I'll also get that points table as well. So Vanessa Watts with ball in hand, I'll give you Jamaica team. Skipper Rashada Williams, Stephanie Taylor, Abigail Bryce, Kate Wilmot, Vanessa Watts, Nisha Waysome, Krishana McKenzie, Shireen Bonnet, Shadeen Nation, Anisha Miller, and Selena White to round out the 11. And for Trinidad and Tobago, you have Karishma Ramarak, skipper Anisa Mohammed, Sunil Sao, Brianna Haricharan, Brittany Cooper, Nadia Mohammed, Janaba Joseph, Leanne Kirby, Amelia Khan, Samara Ramnath, and the young prodigious spinner Shreya Jairam. So, about to get things started here. Umpires just having their final word. Is not quite 9:30 as yet. So Vanessa Watts with ball in hand.
There's something that I noticed that on the scoreboard it says Ramharak, but at the non-strikers and it's actually Janaba Joseph.
Yeah, Janaba Joseph had a good last game versus Guyana. So Vanessa Watts, no surprises, that spin to start the tournament, this match. And look at the leaderboard, Allenson. Oh, there's a misfield, so Sunil Sao gets her account open by way of a misfield, courtesy of Anisha Miller. So she gets off the mark, and they're currently 1 without loss.
It's 1 without loss. It brings Janaba Joseph in the strike, as you mentioned. She did open the last innings and got to carry her bat through. It came in at 1 wicket down at the early loss of that first wicket. Saw some changes from Trinidad and Tobago. They opened with Kirby in the last game. They seem to be thinking about how to maximize the power play, as they have been probably the team that has been the least aggressive in the power play so far in the tournament.
Yeah, a little bit of room, able to get back. Got nice bat onto it, but straight to that fielder, Shanna McKenzie. Yeah, but thinking in that game, they wanted to get a fast start and not be behind. Did not work out for them, but they did go on to win the contest, so that was very important.
Yes, in that last game, Sao opening with Kirby. This was very early in the first over was Sao, so Joseph effectively was opening the innings. But she would be feeling confident. She was not out in that game as well. Saw it home for them with Brittany Cooper.
Yeah, I was very happy about her approach in that match, Janaba Joseph. I felt like in earlier contests, she didn't really give herself a chance to get settled and get going. She is a touch player, you can see that. Doesn't pack a lot of power. Is able to clear the boundary, yes, but needs time to get in. And I think in that contest, nicely whipped to get off the mark. I think in that contest, they're looking for 2. Really good running from these 2. They were alert to it. They saw that Abigail Bryce got around to it slowly, and they were able to capitalize on it. So at the end of the first over, Trinidad and Tobago 3 without loss.
It's excellent work there by Joseph. She's one of the faster of the runners in the Trinidad and Tobago team. was alert to the opportunity of the second. So good aggressive cricket from them so far. They would definitely want to make better use of the power play than they have done in the competition so far. I think maybe a score around the region of 40, 45. That's where the team should be aiming to be. Maybe for the loss of 1 or 2 wickets at the end of the power play, ideally.
Yeah, good to see Shidi Nation back as well. Did go off in that game versus Windward Islands when she was batting with an injury. She's back fit and ready to share the opening spoils with Vanessa Watts.
It's Nation, as you mentioned, got a bit of a niggle in the last game, so she's back in for this one. Extremely experienced. Played quite a few years for the West Indies.
It's whipped off it outside the off stump. Stephanie Taylor unable to stop it cleanly, so they sneak through for a single. Yeah, just back on Janamba Joseph. I was just looking at her in that innings, and I think she should be pleased. And as you mentioned, confidence should be flowing. Usually see her in the earlier games looking to play an expansive shot very early on. Yes, you want to take on the power play, but sometimes I feel like the players forget that you can hit the ball along the carpet and collect 4 runs. She was really good in that innings, played her role well, and started nicely also. I think once you get settled and you the type of player that you are then able to take the bowlers on.
It's important for players also to recognize that you need to give yourself just a little bit of time to get set.
Edgy, but luckily it doesn't fall anywhere close to a fielder.
Just a single taken there. Yeah, you have to give yourself some time to get set. Doesn't mean that you're gonna soak up dot balls in that period. You should try to probably ideally be 8 off 8 or 10 off 10 or somewhere there, 10 off 9 to get a bad ball in that time when you put it away. And then after that you can really expand into your innings once you have gotten used to the surface. All the different surfaces here, while they are similar, there are slight differences, and this one is a different one now they have played on previously.
Yeah, well said, Alanson. Assessment of the conditions, so important. With Arthur again, not able to capitalize on it. There's just 3 runs coming from that second over. Trinidad and Tobago women 6 without loss.
Yes, Jamaica will be pleased with this start. Trinidad in their last outing and got a victory over Guyana, holding them down for only 57. So it was a fairly easy chase, but not much pressure on their batting order. But they will know that they will need to make more than that to put a challenge up for the Jamaican batting team. And probably somewhere in the region, minimum over 100. So far in the tournament, haven't seen teams really go past that 120 mark, which is a bit disappointing. You'd want them to be getting 140, thereabouts 140, 150 as par. And I think the pitch allows you that as par if you approach the game with a bit more positivity.
Well, I have some information for you regarding, because clearly I need to get a life outside of cricket. So last night I was thinking about this bonus point system. 33 bonus points have been gained altogether amongst the teams in the tournament so far. And I was just so curious, based on what I've seen, how many of those points were batting points? 29 bowling power points in the tournament so far, only 4 batting.
Well, that speaks for itself, Stacey.
And I was going through the games and the middle passages especially. A lot of teams gained bonus points there for batting. And some teams narrowly missed out by 2 runs in that period to get that extra batting power point in that middle phase.
I'm going to say that reflects 2 things. Number one, the point about 29 out of the 33 bonus points being for bowling, sorry. shows that there's a clear disparity between the performance of the bowlers and the batters. I don't think the pitches, although they have assisted the bowlers a bit, they have not been difficult pitches to bat on. And so that means that there's a lot of work for the batting teams to do.
Yeah, in the meantime, Kate Wilmot replaces Vanessa Watts. There's a stifled appeal. A good start to her over so far. Really happy to see the youngsters getting responsible roles in this tournament. It's good to see Kate Wilmot. She didn't bowl a lot in the first 2 rounds. And since then, they've been using her a lot more. She's hitting her areas well so far this morning.
Yes, just to finish, the second point now is that it means that the think tank, it seems, haven't really been on the players to really accomplish these bonus points, because if you see them narrowly missing out, means that as Joseph just gets a single off that one, he could have squared on the offside. It means that there's some lack of communication somewhere during the game in terms of what is required, because the bonus points may end up separating you from the final position, from being in the final 2 who will play for the trophy on Friday.
Yeah, and I'll get that points table to you quite shortly. Kate Wilmot to continue. With Arford hasn't been able to access that point region just yet. Sunel Sao, a number of deliveries served up to her in that region, unable to get baton to ball.
Yes, Wilmot, slim, athletic, seems to have easy pace, so it seems as if she could get a yard or 2 fast, and she's already bowling relatively quickly.
No, she gets it. Almost a catch by Krishana McKenzie, but straight through her. Hit with some power on that occasion. I think it went through her hands. They managed to get 2 for her efforts.
This is a clear dropped opportunity there. You know, it was just back of her length. So she's very tall. She's around the 6 foot mark. Chanel saw, and she was able to cut that one hard, but it was uppish. Got to Mackenzie on the full, but she wasn't able to get it that clearly.
Yeah, traveled to her quite quickly. Yeah, dot to finish. 3 more runs from that. Kate Wilmot over at the end of 3. Trinidad and Tobago women 9 without loss.
So thus far, Trinidad and Tobago, they have gotten 9 from their first 3 overs, 3 from each of the 3 overs. And again, we go back now to what is really the plan in the power play, because now both batters on 4 of 8, 4 of 10. They really need to get a move on. Doesn't mean that you have to be reckless, but there are gaps there. There's no one outside. Well, few players, only 2 can be outside of the 25-yard circle for this period. So you need to try to maximize it. Doesn't mean that you have to be reckless, but try to pace the gap. The outfield is flowing quite quickly in terms of the way it runs to the boundary. So you will get value for your shots once you pace the gap.
Nation to continue. Janaba Joseph on strike. There was an appeal just by Nation though. Again, that length and line, number of deliveries missed in that region. One might say that's 3 runs on the line of the leg stump, sweeping, missing out again.
Yes, and there's only one player outside of the circle, which is the mid-wicket. So I think because of their approach, they haven't really forced the hand of the Jamaicans to even use up their fielding restrictions by having 2 outside.
Yeah, there's a light drizzle in the air. The ground staff gathering closely to the covers, hoping that it's just a passing cloud. Yeah, but that points table, Leeward Islands, soaring high above the rest, 33 points at the top of the table. Gets the room, gets the connection. Taylor gives chase. Doesn't have enough power to get to the boundary, but still, connection on that one allowed her to get 2. So more of that is required, finding the gap, as Janaba Joseph did there.
That was a very good shot. She was able just to use the pace from Nation. He was not bowling very quickly, which is why it didn't get to the boundary. But whatever pace was on offer, she placed it nicely behind point for Copper.
With again, this time, the access point is very good. The gap finding exceptional as she crashes it through the cover boundary for 4. First boundary of Trinidad and Tobago women's innings.
Excellent work there by Joseph. So this is what you want to see. That's a short and wide delivery. Not a good delivery at all from Nation. And as we are speaking now, we see that the umpires have called the covers on. Going to have a bit of a squall coming through. These showers at this time of year do not necessarily stay very long with us, but they can be quite heavy. And so in a very short time, they can add a lot of moisture to the ground. So I think it's more of caution than anything else because it's not as heavy yet at the ground, but we could see what is coming our way here at the Arnsville Field.
Yeah, dark cloud just hovering above. That will go away. There's a battle between the sun and the rain at the moment. Yeah, but Trinidad and Tobago women, 15 without loss. Importantly, they haven't lost a wicket in the 4th over. Janaba Joseph, 10 off 15. Sunil Sao, 4 off 8 deliveries. And we'll just take a break and hopefully we'll be back shortly. overs lost. So we'll have a quick resumption, and 20 overs will still be in play for each team. So Trinidad and Tobago women, they are 15 without loss. Jamaica, they won the toss, decided to have a bowl first. I am still joined by Alanson Cruikshank. Hello again to you, Alanson.
Yes, good morning to you, Stacey, and good morning to all our viewers. Some early exchanges between the two sides. No wickets lost yet for Trinidad and Tobago, so that's a plus for them. But they want to up the scoring range. We saw some more aggressive intent from Janaba Joseph, cutting a boundary away just before that rain delay. So she will have to get settled again.
Yeah, one more ball to complete the fourth from Shideen Nation. And it's a dot. So at the end of 4 overs, Trinidad and Tobago women 15 without loss.
It's 15 after 4 overs. So they are going at just below 4 runs and over, 3.75 to be exact. Just a bit of a slowish start from the two batters. Joseph was able to get away some runs in that previous over, but I think now for the 2 overs that remain, they really should be aiming to maximize these last 2 overs in the power play. I think they would have expected a diet of spin from Jamaica based on what Jamaica has bowled so far in the tournament. So it shouldn't come as a surprise to them that they're facing mainly Watts and Nation in this period.
Yeah, so Watts to continue replacing Kate Wilmot. Yeah, I'll just give you the teams that are in contention for that those 2 spots in the final. Leeward Islands, as I mentioned, they're 33 points so far. Barbados women 22, Trinidad and Tobago women 21, Guyana with 16. So these teams really have a chance depending on what they do in today's matches. Not a dot delivery. To see them get into that final with Leeward Islands, you would say that basically they've qualified.
Yes, because the gap is very big between them and second place on the table.
Yeah, of course, it's six points for a win, and 8 points you can gather by way of bonus points. But we haven't seen a lot of teams gain bonus points through batting consistently. A lot of teams, that was a drop opportunity again there by Rashada Williams. A lot of teams have notched up those bowling bonus points.
Yeah, so we've seen some pressure here on the Trinidad and Tobago team because they are the ones who are trying to qualify. There's really not much pressure on Jamaica.
And Jamaica with 9 points, and to round out the table, Windward Islands with 4. So Trinidad and Tobago women, given how they've gone in the power play so far, you would say that they're not going to get that bonus point. You need to get up to 42 runs to get a bonus point without losing 3 or more wickets. Yeah, should have been stopped by Anisha Miller. Instead, they managed to get 2. So 2 runs there to end the over. Was a tight one from Vanessa Watt. She'll be disappointed with that fielding effort. But at the end of 5 overs, Trinidad and Tobago women 17 without loss.
So just going at 3.4 runs and over, Trinidad and Tobago women after the first 5 overs. 17 without loss, so they've not lost a wicket. So they really should just be, taking a bit more risk. They have all the wickets in hand. They do not necessarily have the longest of batting orders, but it's a 2020 game, so you really want to see them trying to add some impetus to their innings. 17 after 5 is just a bit too slow for T20. You might accept that in the 50 over version, but not in a 2020 game. As I say, good morning to Kenroy Martin, who joins me in the commentary box.
Good morning to you, Alanson. Good morning to the viewers of this broadcast. Probably I would be able to add some impetus into the game and into what is happening out there. It's something that we have seen over the period of this tournament. Slow starts, nobody being aggressive up top. And he wonders what's really happening in the dressing rooms for these teams. But it is what it is. You have to accept for what it is. But you have to make the positive changes, Alanson.
Yes, and it will be Wilmot to continue. She has bowled 1 over so far for 3 runs. a misfield at the end of the last over. So keeps down to 1. If that beaten her, it would have gone away to the boundary for sure. So it brings Chanel Sao back into strike. Sao, very tall player. As we see that we'll have another rain interruption very shortly. Maybe this might be the last delivery before that one. Another dot delivery seems to be that type of day, as the players again will be off. And we do have quite a bit of time between now and game number 2 to play with before overs are lost. However, I think that if the interruptions continue to be this consistent, as we may end up losing some overs eventually, which is another thing that Trinidad and Tobago have to think of when you have a shortened game, which may potentially be the case here for Trinidad and Tobago. They really have to ensure that they score well, because it will favour the team batting second if there are any reductions.
Yeah, Lanson, and this is the thing. When you're thinking about cricket, you have to think about all the aspects and what could really impact you. And you batting 6 overs for 15 runs in the first half an hour or so, it cannot be positive for you. Even though there's a reduction in over, there's more pressure on you at the back end. Bat less overs and to get more runs. So unfortunately, no team except I think the Leeward Islands have really taken advantage of this power play, and something that we need to look at when we come into tournaments like these, because there's another tournament to be played, the 50 overs. And some of the things that you missed here, you should be able to implement in those tournaments as well. They carry similar rules.
Yes, Ebony Brathwaite as well for Barbados has been aggressive in the power play. But what we'll do right now is that we have had 5.2 overs. It's raining heavily here now at the Arnorsville playing field, nestled in this wonderful coastal valley in the multi-island gem of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And so we take a very short break, as the rain doesn't stay long, but it's quite heavy. And we will be back with you as soon as we have live action here for you. Welcome back to the Arnorsville playing field here in St. Vincent and Grenadines, where we have the final round of matches in the CWI Women's T20 Bs. Trinidad and Tobago women taking on Jamaica women. The Jamaica women, they won the toss. They have elected to field first. Trinidad and Tobago, they are 18 without loss after 5.2 overs. And the game after that rain delay has been reduced to 17 overs a side. Each team would have 2 bowlers who can bowl 4 overs, and the others will be restricted to 3 overs per bowler. As I say good morning again to Mr. Kenroy Martin.
So, good morning again. Good morning to the viewers. The power play has been, continued? Well, Trinidad finding themselves in even more difficulties here. The reduction of these overs, being 18 without loss, really. They really have to have a move on here to give Jamaica a challenge in total. But as we have seen in the tournament, these things haven't occurred. Right, so that's the end of the power play, really. So they would find themselves rather in a difficult situation to really get some runs on the board here as Jamaica continues 18 without loss.
So what's coming to us is that the power play would be 5 overs. So even though she bowled 2 deliveries in this over before going off in the power play conditions, this first power play, power play has now been brought down to 5 overs. So she's now allowed to have 4 fielders outside of a circle. 4 fielders are a deep spine leg, a deep mid wicket, sweeper cover, and a deep third. Short delivery to Joseph. That's in the gap. That's a wonderful shot. Should challenge the boundary. Gets there now, and she rolled the wrist nicely over that delivery and had ample time just to place it. And that's a very good shot there from Janaba Joseph.
Yeah, short, and as you said, she played it nicely. She rolled her wrist over it, hit it into the gap, and then sped off the outfield into the fence for 4. Lovely shot there by Joseph. She likes the short ball from what I've seen in the tournament, and she really does a good job when executing.
Yes, and when you have a player who is a fairly short player as well, they tend to like that cut and pull, as you mentioned. Janaba Joseph, no exception. I think a lot will depend on her and how she goes over the next few overs in terms of where Trinidad and Tobago end up. Just punching it too. They fielder there at short extra cover. It was a bullish delivery, slow delivery from Wilmot. Wilmot, a tall bowler, athletic young bowler. Very nice action, straight approach to the crease. Seems to have a lot of energy in reserve or action. It's a good delivery. Nicely played from Joseph. Just waiting on it, allowing it to come on to her and opening the face to get a single. Stephanie Taylor cannot cut off that single. It brings over number 6 to an end. So after 6 overs, Trinidad and Tobago, they are 24 without loss.
Yeah, you spoke about Wilmot and her approach to the crease. She looks good on her approach. The only issue I'm having with her, she's just very much inconsistent with her line and length and the way that she bowls. She has to make up her mind as to where she wants to bowl and the areas she'll be looking at, what is her strengths and her weaknesses. I think with that added to her game, she would be a very difficult candidate to deal with when it comes to this shorter version of the game. Just getting those little things right. But she's pretty good at what she does. Just those little things I think that needs to be added to her game, and she will be a very difficult customer to deal with.
Waysome, Nisha and Waysome, she will be bowling now to Janaba Joseph. Something that is very popular in Jamaica, those double names. And she comes in now. Ooh, and this one, and that's an appeal. Some excitement there on the field. Just seemed to just play it back, and it was coming back towards the stump, but it was taken by the keeper. He just took the bails off quickly, but Joseph had not left her crease. So all is well that ends well for Joseph.
Yeah, pretty good awareness by the wicket keeper. Tells you that she's thinking.
There's going to be a single taken cleanly by Williams. Wide signal by umpire Reefer. Yeah, so we mentioned that those double names, you tend to find a lot of ladies from Jamaica that have Ann, King, or Ging as the suffix to their first name. It brings Chanel Saw back on strike. Nicely played. She does have a nice looking technique, but finding the feeler, so no run. 7 off 17 she is now. Saw needs to get a move on.
Yeah, still a problem exists with the dot deliveries here in the first quarter of this game with power play. Too many.
This time she looks to go over the top. It's high in the air. The fielder is under it. Takes the catch easily. And that is the end of Chanel Sow's innings. Had to go really. And that one just skying off the bat. And an easy catch there for Vanessa Watts at extra cover. So the first wicket down for Trinidad and Tobago women. It's the end of Sow.
Yeah, easy catch taken there, short extra cover. Was pitched up. Was in her reach. She got under it and really too much under it and didn't get the full baton to it. Hitting the splice of the bat, going in the air. Easy catch. Jamaica takes their first wicket. 26 for 1. Trinidad in even more trouble here. With the reduction of the overs, the loss of a wicket here, then they have to rethink their game. And as we discussed earlier, that power play, taking advantage of that power play, is critically important in a short version.
Well, it brings Brittany Cooper to the crease. First wicket there for Waysome in her first over. It may not actually be that bad for Trinidad and Tobago because Sow was having a bit of difficulty getting the ball off the square. So it may help them to get some impetus into the innings, although Cooper has been a slow starter. But we see that we have seen her, especially in the last game, that she has the power to clear the boundary. And in this situation now, they'll be demanding that she plays a quick innings in terms of a strike rate.
Yeah, I think she needs to play a fearless game here, Cooper. She has the ability to do so, but she has to back herself as well in this situation.
And punching was straight to the fielder. Mackenzie looks like at cover. But kind of fielders quite regularly. Fair enough shots in terms of the way that they are played. Just need to manipulate the wrist just a little bit more to get it on either side of the player. It doesn't have to be far away from them, but just enough to at least get the single. Stifled appeal in the end. Wait for the signal from umpire. Reef no signal, so it's an inside edge. Takes Cooper to a single, gets off the mark.
Well, they will need much more than that to give Jamaica a challenging total here today. But the fast bowlers are bowling pretty well, wicket to wicket. Not bad at all. 27 for 1. Another dot delivery being bowled here by Waysome. As you spoke about the surname, I'm not too sure what it means. It's the Waysome close, waste of something. Not too sure. Too many ways somewhere. But Waysome has completed her over. She has bowled an over for 3 runs with a wicket.
I was just alluding to the first name, because she's Nisha Ann. And that's something that is very common.
Caribbean wise.
Especially in Jamaica. And just a reminder to our viewers that Joseph and Cooper had a partnership of 56 in the last game that they played. That's the biggest partnership for Trinidad and Tobago women in the competition thus far.
Yeah, that tells you the story. Yeah. Your name originated out of Jamaica. Sherry-Ann, Kelly-Ann.
Ooh, and that one just beating outside the off stump. Stephanie Taylor into the bowling now. Former West Indies skipper.
Yeah, I'm happy to see her in the tournament, really, Stephanie. She's a wealth of knowledge and experience. And actually seeing Whiting by the umpire, seeing the status of the Jamaican team, I'm happy that she's in it for this tournament, and I think that she has a couple more years under her belt to play, really. even though she's out of the setup really. Is she? Or she's still available? A few injuries, yeah, I'm not too sure. But I've been told by our investigator in the back. Oh, this one is punch covers, but there's a sweeper there. Doesn't have enough legs. A couple of them fell out before getting to the fielder. She picks up another single. 29 for 1, Trinidad and Tobago.
A wide delivery, the bottom edge from Joseph. Gets a single. But that seems to be the ploy from Taylor, is that she's not going to be too straight. She's looking just to ask the batters to hit on the offside. She has 5 fielders on the offside.
I do agree with that. That's sensible bowling to your field as well.
Chance of a run there. Cooper was looking to aggressively using her feet on the pitch, but adjustment made in the length by Taylor. And the run in the end. Just a signal to the fielder down at long, just to get a bit straighter. The skipper Rashad Williams, probably that shot, that intent shown by Cooper, is influencing that decision. Swept firmly, but straight to the fielder, backward square leg. Only one. Brings an end to the over, end of over number 8. 9 overs remaining. Trinidad and Tobago women, they are 31 for 1.
Yeah, that was a lovely sweep shot played there by Cooper. Came off the middle of the bat and really see that sweeper and the square leg boundary running in. Very athletic. Picking up and throwing back to the keeper gives you a good story of what has been happening here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Excellent feeling, brilliant batting. Need to see some more of that. But as I said, Cooper needs to play fearless cricket here for Trinidad and Tobago. She can do it. It's 31 for 1. Somebody has to take charge of this batting for Trinidad. It's 31 for 1.
Wide down the left side from Resumption, called by umpire Reefer. Has heard just a bit down the left side on a couple of occasions. As you're looking at your screen now, the wind blows from left to right of your screen, so she has to be mindful of that. You need to start just a bit outside the off stump if she's to threaten the stumps. Slightly better, but still a bit too straight. Walked down to fine leg by Cooper. Things of 2. But Fielder White is able to keep them to a single.
Well, from the first delivery she bowled, came back into the batter. So automatically you know that she's bowling in swingers. She's been a little bit too straight as you mentioned. So it's an easy tickle down to fine leg. She needs to be just a little further outside that off stump. Create that trouble for Joseph and Cooper.
Bit too wide, and that's in the gap. That's a cracking shot there from Joseph. She loves the cut shot. Has played it a few times so far in this innings, and no one better than that one. That one was played immaculately.
Yeah, that was wide outside the off stump with wit as well. And she pounced on it and hit it to backward point nicely. Runs off the face of this outfield into the fence for 4. Lovely shot as you implement a sweeper now. If she's going to bowl at length, give her some protection. So that is in place. 37 for 1.
Fouls the boundary up with a single. So good cricket here from Joseph. These are the things that you want to see from the players. She's feeling confident now with the bat after that partnership in the last game, and she's now on 22. A lot will depend on her, I think, for the remainder of this innings. This pair in particular will be very important for Trinidad and Tobago.
She looks pretty much organized as well as a batter.
We ran firmly, but doesn't beat the field at mid-on. Comes across to intercept. like Burnett. Look across the ground. Ooh. Looks for a sweep shot on that occasion. Cooper just basically shaving the off stop. Didn't miss it by much. But the vacant areas just in front of square and all the way around to the long on boundary, inviting her to play that shot.
There's a fielder deep and mid wicket waiting for that shot as well.
I think she was looking to hit a 4. Martin brings it over to an end after 9 overs. 8 runs from the over, 39 for 1 at Trinidad and Tobago women. At this time, we'll have a short break as the players have drinks.
Welcome back to Arnesville playing field where Jamaica and Trinidad are here in battle. I normally say battle because it's a warfare. Cricket affair, yes. But it's a war between the bat and the ball between Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago, who execute their skills best. Sometimes win, sometimes lose. Cricket, the game of glorious uncertainties. Trinidad and Tobago 39 for 1. Taylor continues with a widen after the break into the keeper's glove, signaled by the umpire, 40 for 1. And with me to carry out some surveillance is Stacey Ann. Welcome back, Stacey Ann.
Hello to you, Ken Roy, and hello to all the viewers. And Brittany Cooper, as I enter the comes box, has to go back. Got the match in order, some umpire Carolyn Brown. It's a good start after the drinks break to Jamaica.
Yeah, Cooper, that seems to be a pretty straight delivery. Just as I see the replay, she played it earlier. It went down the leg side for a wide signal by the umpire. She bowled it a little closer this time, and the umpire, deliberations decided it was out. So Trinidad and Tobago have lost the wicket of Cooper, 40 for 2. Could have been both ways. Could have been gone. Could have been there still. Umpires are in the best position to make that decision. But she has to go back. Trinidad and Tobago 40 for 2. Cooper, they were looking forward for her to really play a big innings today. She won't do that. So Trinidad and Tobago in even further trouble. And remember, this is a reduced game. It's down to 17 overs. And we're already into 10. So this brings Kirby to the crease. 40 for 2. Kirby comes to the crease. Taylor, she has 1 for 5. She's into a second over. No threat of rains. We had 2 interruptions so far this morning. Haven't seen any threat of it anymore. Few dark clouds, yes, but there are so much blue clouds around. What is the season that normally surprises you? Taylor continues. Ooh, lifting delivery outside here, or some bounce there for Taylor.
Yeah, a lot of bonks on that occasion. That was perhaps my one. It's a lot of bonks for a spinner. I've seen the consistent bonks on these surfaces, which is an indication of how well the surfaces are to bat on. Can play your shots. It's Kirby. Yeah, that was the only thing I had in mind. Perhaps if it was a bit too high, but it was very straight. That dismissal of Brittany Cooper, sweeping, and if you miss that, you're always going to be in some sort of trouble. She swept well throughout this tournament, Brittany Cooper, but just missing the wrong one.
Taylor continues. Just on the line of the leg stump. Umpire says that's a good delivery. The rules have been changed somewhat to accommodate deliveries like those. In her judgment, she says that is not a wide delivery. So a dot delivery. Again, this one pitches and turn. She would stretch her hands out this time. Says this is a wide. Taylor getting a little bit too straight for my liking. Has some turn in this wicket as well, from what we have seen. Have some bounce, so she should utilize it, give the ball some time. This one is a flatter one that goes into the keeper's glove. So good bowling here by Taylor, except for 1 or 2 deliveries down the leg. It's called wide and so on. She has 1 for 6. She into over number 2. Just telling the fielder to ease back on the circle for the final delivery. Good thinking. Save the boundary. Again, just on the line of the leg stump. I think the umpire may call that leg by. Didn't see Kirby completing the shot. So another run. The leg by. And after 10 overs, it's 42 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago. Joseph, she got 22 from 25. Saw 7 from 18. And Cooper was LBW for 5 from 12. So that's the batting lineup for Trinidad thus far.
Yeah, 42 for 2, Trinidad and Tobago women. They'll want to get a move on to try and get a competitive score. Yes, it's important that they win this game today, which will see them challenging the top 2. But it's also important for them to put a competitive enough score on the board so that they can gain some bonus points in this match, because the other 2 teams to come, Barbados, Guyana, they will be looking to do the same, especially Barbados, who are second on the table with 22 points. Trinidad and Tobago trail with 21.
This time Kirby is going down the ground, full of delivery. And that should have been given Trinidad the impetus really to come and play some hard cricket this morning. Have a go at Jamaica. But we have seen a repetitious habit here in this tournament where teams refuse to take chances in the power play. Son is driven through covers. She's gone for 1. So the singles are coming. But they have lost 2 wickets in the process.
Yeah, some slow bunks again off the surface there.
Really nice little touch as well. On to third man.
Perhaps a change of pace from Waysome. There is that bounce, but it was very slow, but nicely touched, as you mentioned. Delicate touch there from Kirby.
Yes, which one is 2 of them was crossing, you know?
Trinidad and Tobago 45 for 2. Waysome. This one is hit uppishly down to mid-off. 1 bounce, 2 bounce. The fielder comes in. Field falling short of her. 1 more to the total.
Yeah, the first time really I've seen Janaba in this innings try to take on the fielders, go up and over, go aerially. Perhaps she has decided now it's time to get at the bowlers. It's a big bat from Kirby, and my oh my. I thought that was gone. It went miles in the air. A massive swing to the leg side. Abigail Bryce was in business. In the end, it went through her hand.
Well, misjudgment on behalf of Abigail Bryce. She would have been in a good position to take the catch, judged it wrong, came in too early, and it went through the hands and bounced into the boundary for 4. Bad miss there.
Yeah, assessment needed to be better on that side of the ground. As Waysome comes in, another big bat. This time it's skied miles in the air. But the safe gloves of Rashada Williams won't make that mistake. So Kirby has to go back. Just 6 runs of 8 deliveries. Kirby. So a good wicket there for Jamaica.
Kirby telling you that she doesn't have a choice. She has to go. She hit the first one in the direction of mid-wicket. It was misjudged. It went for 4. So she decided she's going to take a chance. Unfortunately, it hit the upper portion of the bat, skied, and the wicket keeper with those big gloves didn't make any mistakes. They're 50 for 3.
Yeah, looking to take it to the onside. 50 coming up as well in that over for Trinidad and Tobago women. But why it was a good wicket? Because in terms of power to come, Leon Kirby is the one you would say can take the game away, hitting boundaries after boundaries, and what we've seen in the lineup so far from Trinidad and Tobago women. It's such an important wicket to deter any sort of impetus, the impetus that we've been calling for in the comms box from Trinidad and Tobago women.
Well, it continues here for Trinidad and Tobago, not having a very good season with the bat. The one standing out, putting their hands up. I know that Joseph, she has 24 from 27. And our opening partner, they had a good partnership as well between them. But besides that, no one has really challenged that ball with the bat. So that's the reason why they are in the position that they are. Although they are 3rd on the table. Could have been better off if the batting really came together. I think they've bowled well as a team. But unfortunately, didn't get the runs that they needed.
Yeah, so new batter in now, Samara Ramnath. I've seen her way up and down this batting order for Trinidad and Tobago. Opened at 1 point. Now at number 5. Starts with a lovely drive, and we've seen a lot of that from her. Plays some really good shots, but just manages to pick out the fielder.
This one she's pulling to mid-wicket. Picks up a single immediately off the mark. The nation has returned. Easing us into a 3rd over. It's down the leg side, nicely swept. Is getting close to the fence. She's gone for 1. So good feeling, one-handed. Picks up and throw back into the keeper. So 2 runs.
Yeah, nicely done by Janaba. It was poorly lined. All she had to do was get bat onto it. Didn't try to hit it too hard. But good work by the fielder, young whippet in the field, Anisha Miller, to get it wrong to stop it from going to the boundary.
This one she's hitting the air straight to the fielder. At mid-on. She didn't have to move. Number 9 on her back. And they have lost another wicket here, Trinidad and Tobago. And the set batter goes. This spills trouble again for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah.
Easy catch.
Looking to launch this one down the ground. Didn't get the elevation that was required to get it over Kate Wilmot's head. And now back-to-back wickets, you'll say, losing Kirby and now Janaba Joseph, who was a set batter, has to go back for 27 of 30 balls. Disappointed. But Jamaica will take that any day. The runs aren't coming and now the wickets are starting to flow.
And this is the issue in the tournament so far for these teams, where you have a set batter and you're expecting that batter to take their bat into the innings as far as 14, 15 overs, 16 overs, and have a flurry at the end. And this is what normally happens. That set batter gets out, and then the middle of your team normally collapse. That's what normally happens here in this tournament. We have seen that over and over again. They are 54 for 4. So here comes Ramnarak into the wicket. She replaces Joseph.
Yeah, skipper Karishma Ramarak, known more for her off spin, but fancies herself a batter. She has opened up in 2 games for Trinidad and Tobago in this tournament. Didn't get off with the bat. She'll be hoping to provide a much needed impetus in this innings for her team right away. Nicely driven, but can't beat that fielder, Selena White. Very short there, tight in cover. That ends the over as well at the end of 12. Trinidad and Tobago women 54 for 4.
So Watts has 2 for 5. 3 for 13 is Nation. 2 for 10. Nation, she picked up a wicket. And you also have skipper, the former skipper, bowling a few. They have gotten 3 overs so far. So some good bowling here, Taylor. Obviously a change in bowling again from the old airport end. E.T. Joshua decommissioned the airport. 54 for 4. First delivery from Watts. Another single on hand taken by the batters.
Yeah, Vanessa Watts reintroduced. Hasn't picked up the wickets that she would have liked, but has certainly done a job to keep the scoring rate in check.
So a flighted delivery hit back to Watts. No run. Looking to score. Skipper Ramnarak. Again finding the field and squeezing a single here. It's a good running, good communication between these two.
Yeah, Vanessa Watts not too happy with that effort from Waysome. Some probably saying I'm a big fast bowler. I just took a wicket at that end.
Oh, there's a loud appeal. It was flighted. She went down the track, missed it completely, and the keeper whipped the bails off. They have lost another wicket here, 56 for 5.
Well, she was unhappy with that effort from Waysome, but it brought Ramnat on strike. And she was able to collect the wicket that she's been searching for, Vanessa Watts. So perhaps having a word with Waysome and saying thank you. You know, thanks for that, Waysome. So Ramnath has to go back. 56 now for 5. It's been tough going there. Yeah, couldn't get back. She was a long way down the ground there, Ramnath. Just basically had a stroll out the crease.
Telephone
and was
call.
unable to get back.
She got a telephone call, went to answer, but the line was interrupted somewhere. No one else was on the line. Keeper whipping off the bails. It's lovely to see when spinners pull batters out of crease and have them struggling to come back. That says that there was a well-flighted delivery by Watts. The guile, the deceit. 56 for 5. Trinidad and Tobago. That brings Mohammed to the crease. Veteran Mohammed. Been here forever.
But being there forever, as you said, as Anisa Mohammed gets off the mark, whipping that one into the leg side, comes a wealth of experience with bat and ball. And you've seen the way she's come out in game after game, and play the situation well. Doesn't have a lot of power, but very smart in selecting the gaps well. And as I said, just being aware of the situation that her team is in and playing accordingly.
In this situation, what does it says to Anisa Mohammed? Stacey, and you probably would know better than I would.
58 for 5 after 13. I think she would be thinking, perhaps if I had a few extra muscles, what is required right now is for me to continuously clear the boundary. However, the next best thing now is to maximize the next 4 overs remaining. Get as many runs as possible, because you know that the bowling attack that you have, a lot of spin to come. You've seen the way they've bowled out teams in the tournament. So runs on the board is critically important from here on out. 100 might be too far off, as I welcome back Alanson Crookshank. But accumulating as many runs as possible for the next 4 overs is critically important. Welcome back, Alanson.
Yes, good morning, Stacey, and again, and good morning to our viewers.
Yeah, so Shadeen Nation to bowl her 4th and final over, and that is what you'll get from Anisa Mohammed. She'll drop and run, pick the gaps well, knows that she doesn't have that power game, so that's the next best thing here for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, but what you're seeing from Mohammed is something that you would have wanted to see from some of the players earlier. That intensity to get that intention to get the single. That now you have that senior player in your team, learn from the way she goes about it. See how you could develop your game and towards actually making the most use of the deliveries.
Yeah, Nation was down on her knees there, perhaps thinking a missed opportunity for a stump in there of Ramara.
But dismissal that can happen at this time of the innings in particular, when the batters are looking to go hard.
Yeah, 60 for 5. 17 overs the game has been reduced to. Not sure if Duckworth-Lewis system might perhaps give Trinidad and Tobago this one. She's lofting it to the onside. Anisha Miller settles, misjudged it initially, got in good position to take it and then put it down as her elbows hit the ground. And in all of that, because she was showing some emotion on the boundary from dropping that catch, Anisa Mohammed and Ramarak were able to come back for 2. Yeah,
the disappointment there from the fielder Miller. I think she did well in order to complete the catch initially, because she was a bit deceived by the flight of the ball, as in when you're on that side, which is the side towards the east of the ground, the wind holds the ball up. So you have to make a step or 2 forward. And while you're on the other side of the boundary now, you need to stay on the boundary because it keeps coming.
walking this one now to the right of Selena White, who doesn't get down there looking for 2. But Krishana McKenzie does well, running in off the boundary.
It's good backing up there from McKenzie to help assist the ring White, because I think if White had to do the feeling on her own, that they would have had time for 2.
Gets deep in the crease, looking to access that onside, but not enough power and placement to end the over there. Trinidad and Tobago women 63 for 5.
Yes, based on where they are now, Trinidad and Tobago, they are 63 for 5, 3 overs remaining. It seems as if that they'll get a score in the vicinity of 80 or so. And of course, we may be off by a little bit, but I think that's a fair enough assessment with 3 overs to go. Probably around 80, 78. Will that be enough for the Jamaicans? We also mentioned that Duckworth Lewis, since they batted their first 5.2 overs or so, within a 20 over game, if Duckworth Lewis may add a few runs to their total. But do you think that type of total will be enough to defeat the Jamaicans?
I think it depends on the start that Jamaica gets. We have seen that Jamaica is top heavy, the likes of Rashada, Abigail Bryce, and Taylor coming in. That's their top 4. Not much to speak about. Yes, the youngsters, they are just finding their feet. And we've seen some of them with showing good promise so far. But it depends on the start that Jamaica gets. I think that after winning that game, I'll continue after this Kate Wilmot delivery. Slashing that one down to deep third. Another fumble again from Anisha Miller, but nothing added there. But yeah, just back to Jamaica. After that victory against Windward Islands, I think they will come out looking more confident. We've seen Rashada Williams find some form slowly in the tournament. Taylor has looked good, hasn't been able really to get the big scores, but always looked good when she comes out. So too Abigail Bryce. So as I said, it depends on the start that Jamaica gets. That will determine the outcome of this game. Bit of an inside edge, looking for a single. Good sharp walk there from the young lady Anisha Miller.
It's very good feeling there from Miller. She's quick over the ground, diminutive in stature, but covers the ground very quickly. Anticipates where the ball will end up.
One is pulled, it's high, it's in the air, but nowhere near a fielder. Quickly onto it again is Anisha Miller, but she won't be able to restrict them. They still get to come back for 2.
Yes, you've seen from Wilmot in her spell today that she has favored the shorter length, that back of the length, or even the short pitch delivery. So having the fine leg up in the circle is something that I'm thinking about. Maybe something that you should think about is getting her back down to the boundary. If she's going to persist with that length and bring one of the fielders on the offside up, maybe the mid-arm.
Yeah, misfield there by Nation. Some indecision as to whether to take that run, but easily done in the end between these two.
Yeah, in the end she reverts to the fuller length. So I guess it's a bit of betwixt and between in terms of what she wants to execute here at the end. Wants to keep the batters guessing. But if she's going to bowl short, she definitely should have the fine leg back. Top edge over fine leg can go away for 4 quite easily.
Slap down the ground. And well also should get to the boundary. Just pulls it in way some. It's a good chase from her. But nice connection there off the bat of Anisa Mohammed.
Yeah, I thought it would have been a boundary to Mohammed when she beat Waysome in the infield. Of course, as we mentioned before, she's not the strongest of players. And the Jamaican fielders cover the ground quite quickly. Just pull it back inside. Yes.
Shot into the pitch again. Looking for the cut shot. Misses out. 6 runs coming from the 15th. Trinidad and Tobago women 69 for 5.
It's not a bad over from young Wilmot. She mixed her deliveries up just a bit. When she went into the pitch, she went hard into the pitch. So that last delivery was a bit quicker than some of the others that she bowled, so bent her back. Just beat Mohammed for a bit of pace on that occasion. So at this stage of the innings, 6 runs off that over. It's not bad going at all from the young pacer.
Yeah, I'm looking at Trinidad and Tobago women dugout. A bit OCD, so any details that look off, I always notice it. And they are on their feet, looking as if they're having a church session. They're singing, they're clapping, perhaps trying to keep themselves buoyed and excited for the second innings. And perhaps give some joy to the batters out in the middle, hoping that they can get some quick runs, but not so as Stephanie Taylor picks up the wicket of Ramarak, looking for big runs, which was really needed. 2 more overs remaining, and she has to go back.
Yes, that's a good delivery. She slowed it down just a bit. Ramarak was down the wicket very early to the off spinner, something that you probably wouldn't advise to do if you're batting left-handed, but saw that she just pulled the length back, slowed the delivery down a bit, and was able to defeat Ramarak as she came down the wicket. Just beaten for a lack of pace, really. And in the end, she was also looking to tug it across the line once she didn't get there in time. And that presents less of the bat face to the delivery, and it's more likely that you're going to miss it once you have to hit it that way instead of down the ground. So the skipper is gone for Trinidad and Tobago. Again, we're saying that they may make just about 77, 78, somewhere there, or 80 runs. They do have a very good spin bowling attack, so they will be hoping that in spite of probably a below par total that they will end up with, that they will still be in the game because of the experience and skill of their bowlers.
So, at the end of Ramarak, a new batter appears to be Amelia Khan. Very good in the field, Amelia Khan. The team will be hoping that she can finish this innings well along with Anisa Mohammed.
Interesting to see how she goes. She did pull up with a bit of an injury in the last game, so she's doing some stretching. She has been really a revelation in the field. Has taken some spectacular catches and also has been very efficient with her ground feeling.
Knowledge of the player, they know that Anisa Mohammed is highly likely to play a sweep shot, so they have protection in that area. Doesn't get the length for it. Well bowled, well flighted.
Yeah, that delivery seemed to just leave her as well off the pitch. Bit of an arm ball from Taylor.
Comes down the pitch, swinging it across to the onside, but again, well protected on that side of the ground.
So you could see the plan from Taylor. She knows Mohammed wants to sweep, so she's keeping the length back just a little bit. Mohammed realizing that, came down the wicket, then swept. Trying to make sure that she was still over the delivery, so she's able to sweep from high to low, keep it on the ground.
So that player comes up on the sweep, long off, goes back for Khan. Yeah, really good from skipper Rashada Williams, just recognizing what each batter is looking to do. And you saw the way Amelia Khan shaped. She was looking to go in that direction at long off. And the protection is there, but an inside edge at the end of the day still manages to get one.
She must come in. Skipper for that. The bowler as well.
Sweep shot right away. But she's bowled actually, looking to sweep, eventually sweeping that one back onto her stump. And at the end of 16 overs, Trinidad and Tobago women 72 for 7.
Yes, she was shaping to play that shot and has favored it. So it's no secret to the Jamaican team and to the bowler Stephanie Taylor what Anisa Mohammed is trying to accomplish. And just keeping the length a bit shorter. So she's has to sweep from that high length. She was able only to get her bottom edge back onto her stump. So well executed there from Taylor, showing her experience or nose. She now has 3 wickets for 9 runs in her 3 overs.
Yeah, really smart plan, because even if it's, as you mentioned, she's bowling it short of a good length, on her length. If she connects, it's highly likely if she connects and it goes in the air, it's against the wind. So the fielders on that side of the boundary will be in business to take a catch. So smart planning from Jamaica. Ended up seeing 2 wickets coming in that over. Brilliant spell from the experienced Stephanie Taylor as Watts to close things out. Starts a bit short. Misfield of her own bowling allows them to come back for 1. Nadia Mohammed, the new batter in.
So Mohammed replaces Mohammed. Nadia replaces Anisa. Her job will be to try to score off every delivery, much as is possible.
One is high, it's in the air, easily lobbed to Shadeen Nation. So Nadia Mohammed doesn't trouble the scorers and she has to go back for 0.
Yes, it was a fairly innocuous looking delivery. It was a short delivery. She's looking to pull it. Really didn't make much contact. Just lobbed to the field at mid-wicket. It wasn't struck firmly at all. And this again is probably part of the issue with the TNT women's team, that there is a lack of power throughout the batting lineup. And so since there's a lack of power, and then you're not going to have a lot of big hitting, with the exception probably of Kirby, maybe Cooper, to some extent Joseph, it means then that the other batters really have to be looking to place the ball and to run as hard as possible. I think that's the approach that they have to adopt.
So Brianna Haricharan, new batter in, 4 balls remaining. One on the line of the leg stump, unable to capitalize on it. Fine leg is in the circle. Some batter onto that, would have seen some runs for Trinidad and Tobago women, much needed runs.
That's just a bit fortunate there with that one.
Can't get it away still. A chance for a run out. Shouldn't have thrown. Skipper isn't happy about that. And he managed to squeeze a single. Should have been a dot.
Yes, it brings Khan back into strike, who seems to be the one who's more likely to do any damage here at the end of the innings. 2 deliveries remaining, 74 for 8 at Trinidad and Tobago. They may fall a bit short of my prediction of about 78 or so.
Yeah, looking to take it on down the ground. Wilmot is in the circle. So if she's able to get the elevation, but unable to get back onto that one, Amelia can. Yeah, looks to go big to the leg side. They're looking for 2. They're gonna run. They're gonna get it. Should get it easily. Looking for a 3rd as well. Yeah. So 76 for 8. Trinidad and Tobago women finish on. Your thoughts on that score, Alanson?
76 for 8. I'll say it's a below par score. They're not out of the game by any means because of their bowling attack, but it's a below par score. And they probably, with the reduction in overs, may have been thinking about 90 or so. And unfortunately for them, as soon as they came back out, they lost Cooper. Joseph played a good innings, but at the point in time when she was probably about to expand her range, she was dismissed, as we see some of the highlights now coming up.
Yeah, Janaba Joseph, as you mentioned, she had a good start. Was timing them well, placing them well also. Cooper, well, Chanel Sao couldn't get going, eventually falling to a simple catch by Vanessa Watts. Janaba Joseph, she continued on her merry way, still timing them well, but just kept running out of partners at the other end. Brittany Cooper didn't last long, was adjudged LBW by Caroline Brown. Yeah, this is where the innings sort of fell away for Trinidad and Tobago women. A chance that should have been taken by Abigail Bryce, but Kirby didn't last long because the next delivery she was dismissed. Much easier chance there by skipper Rashada Williams taken. Couldn't get going at all in this innings, Trinidad and Tobago women. And to make matters worse, Janaba Joseph was then dismissed. A procession of dot deliveries to come, and the wickets kept tumbling. Good piece of stumping there by Rashada Williams. Ramnot on that occasion had to go back. Then Ramarak, looking to hit a big one to the leg side, was bowled convincingly by Stephanie Taylor. She went on to pick up another wicket in that over, the important wicket of Anisa Mohammed, looking to go to the leg side as well. And then Nadia Mohammed didn't last long. One ball she faced and was dismissed off of that. So Trinidad and Tobago women, 76 for 8. We will be back shortly. We'll also check to see if there's any revision in the target because of the rain interruption. So do stick with us as we continue to bring you live coverage in the CG United Women's T20 Blaze.
Welcome to Annisville Playing Field. Welcome back to the second half of this game between Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago. I've betted with my co-commentators that Jamaica are going to get these runs in 12 overs. Hoping that happens to get themselves a bonus points, get at least 50, 60 runs in the first five, that is, in power play. But with me is Alanson Cookshank. Alanson, good evening and welcome back to the commentator's booth.
Yes, good afternoon, Ken Roy, and good afternoon to our viewers. Just an update that the Trinidad and Tobago team, by virtue of the fact that they were batting to 5.2 overs with the concept of that they were thinking that they were batting 20 overs. With the overs reduced due to rain, they have been given an extra 2 runs on their target. So Jamaica actually needs 79 from 17 overs as opposed to 77. So please note that for those who are viewing.
Well, with ball in hand is Anissa Mohammed, something I've seen regularly in Jamaica. First deliveries of that, no surprise here. So required run rate is 4.69. At the creases, Williams and Nation for Jamaica. Haven't seen that exciting sort of cricket up to now. This one is punched to covers, pushed, and it goes through the legs of the fielder. It's getting close to the fence. It have enough legs, thus it does. It's Ramnath at cover, and it goes to the legs of Ramnath for 4. So Jamaica after a pretty good start.
Definitely not the start that you want if you're Trinidad and Tobago. A misfield and what should have been a dot delivery going for a boundary. So not the start that Trinidad and Tobago would want, having to defend a fairly low total.
So it's Mohammed again. This time getting some bounce on that one, pitching just on the off stump, and Williams have to actually bounce on our toes and get over that one and punches it to cover. This time bounce and turn again into the keeper's glove to let you know there's a slip, a backward point, cover, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, square leg and a deep at cow corners. This time just hitting the outer portion of the bat and running down to third man. Fielder in the circle just runs wrong to our left, picks up and throw. So 5. That brings Nation on strike. She's been having a reasonably good season. Nation, she has gotten starts, but just doesn't carry on. She's now on strike, 5 without loss.
I've seen some white egrets fly across the field. Has been a morning with some intermittent showers. Whether that would affect the grip for the Trinidad spinners, left to be seen, but fairly fast drying ground here at Annisville. We are very close to the ocean, so traditional sandy base, and also the natural sand underneath there as well based on our location. So it's a fast drying ground, and the showers have not been lengthy either. So it shouldn't really affect the grip of the spinners.
Well, Trinidad is packed with spinners. We know that for a fact. Jamaica looking for actually the second win in this tournament, I should say. Get that close. Trinidad and Tobago had 1, 2. 2 of the bigger islands in the Caribbean. They were dominant when this women's tournament started, Trinidad and Tobago especially. I think they won about 4 consecutive years in this women's tournament. Trinidad, they're now battling Jamaica here, 5 without loss. So bounce on that one again from the spinner, Ramnath.
Yeah, that's something that you will see from the pitch. You will get that bounce, you will get that tone. generous covering of grass as well, so when it hits the seam it would spin.
This one she's sweeping, it goes down to fine leg. She's crossed for one, she's looking for two, she's hesitating, and then she says stop.
Good decision in the end. I think that it would have been tight at second, and given this one that they are chasing, no need for you to take that type of risk at this stage.
Agree with you there, Alanson. You could make up for that little later on. Just remind you that this game has been reduced to 17 overs. And Trinidad and Tobago, they got to 78. 2 extra runs been given to them because they didn't lose a wicket in the power play. So those are bonus runs given to them because of such. Some good bowling by Amarak.
Yeah, they didn't lose a wicket in the power play. I think that they could have gotten more runs if they were going a bit faster. They were at 18 after 5.2 overs. But importantly, it was because they started out the innings probably with an approach to batting 20 overs as opposed to 17. So this is something that Dr. Lewis Stone takes into consideration. ELS method.
So skipper Ramrak started with a very good over here. Second over of the game, 1 run from it. The score remains on 6, really. 6 without loss. Jamaica in reply to Jamaica 79. Just to let you know before, Taylor got 3 for 9. Watts 2 for 13. And Resumption 2 for 19. Batting for Trinidad, 27 from 30 was Joseph. Mohammed got 9. And Saw was the other chief scorer. At the crease now is Nation and Williams.
We've seen some footage of the ground and the surrounding areas here at Arnorsville, St. Vincent. Coastline just beyond the perimeter of the field here at Arnorsville. Jamaica must be very careful here against the spinners in that they must not be bogged down because they can find themselves in a rut. Have to still be positive.
That's what we're talking about. Short delivery pulled out to square leg, finding the fielder. They got to score better than they're scoring here in this power play. Just about 5 overs. They're into the third one. Need to see some more positive cricket up front from these teams. So when you go to the next level, it will not be hard for you to adapt to do so. We have not really seen that in the tournament. There are rules to facilitate such, but they have not really taken advantage of such. Another good delivery. Oh, just camping a single here. She didn't pick up cleanly. If that was picked up cleanly, would have been some trouble there. A scamper run.
Yeah, the youngster Jairam, 15 years old. It's straight to her, really. Shouldn't have been a run. Just a bit of a fumble. Williams eager to get back on strike and Nation eager to get off the mark. But it could have ended badly for Trinidad and Tobago. Ramnath bowling her first over.
Oh, this one is keeping low. She pulls across the line. Hits her in line. The umpire finger goes up. Reefer. It's 8 for 1. Jamaica have lost the wicket of Williams here. And what a start for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, a very good wicket there for Trinidad and Tobago. And this is what you get from Ramnath. She's wicket to wicket. And really it was a celeb appeal, really. Celebration and appeal because she knew that one was dead in front. And this is something you saw from Trinidad and Tobago. So you see the 3 off spinners, 1 over apiece in the third over now. The skipper Ramarak, the experienced Anisia Mohammed, the young Ramnath. But they are very miserly. They don't really give you a lot of bad deliveries. And so if you want to keep the scoring rate up, then you would have to ensure that you make something of what is on offer because you're not going to get a lot of freebies from these three.
Yeah, pretty miserly bowlers they are. And they have done that so far. Ramnath, Ramrak, and now Ramnath. Three of them top bowlers for Trinidad and Tobago. It's 8-1 Jamaica. This brings Bryce to the crease. It's a good one. Just sitting on the glove tells you the bounce on the wicket.
Yeah, this is the first game, my memory serves me correctly, that is being played on this strip. Adjacent to the center strip, adjacent to the international strip. Has a bit of bounce.
She tries to sweep. The youngster comes in and feel. Bullet arm there as well. Into the keeper's glove. 8-1. Jamaica finding it difficult to score here. Off the Trinidadians. Trinbagonians, I should say. Spinners. This is Bryson Nation. Batting here for Jamaica. Ramnath with ball in hand. Final delivery. Dot delivery. To bring the third over to an end, and after 3 overs, they are 8-1 in reply to 79.
Yes, as we mentioned before, they have to show a bit more initiative. The lines and lengths have been good, but you haven't really seen anybody chip down the wicket, advance down the wicket, probably just to push the ball down the ground for a single. Saw Rashad Williams looking to sweep and to pull, but that was fraught with a bit of danger. Flatter one that was bowled wicket to wicket ended up accounting for her. So probably a lot better to play as straight as possible, at least for now.
This one is short and pulled to square leg. It doesn't have enough legs. Yes, it does. Oh, brilliant effort there from the fielder running from mid-wicket. But she was just a little bit too late. And it slid over the boundary for 4. So a short delivery, pull to square leg. No support, no protection there as well. As the ball rushes over the fence. Good effort, but she was just a little bit too late. The ball have enough legs to carry it over the fence. They're up to 12-1.
But Joseph, one of the better fielders in the Trinidad and Tobago team. Excellent effort. I'll be a little disappointed because she did get there, but just missing with the hand when she went to retrieve.
Ooh, nice bounce again. Hitting the splice of the bat and just trickling out backward point. The nation on 5 from 8. This one again. Plenty of bounce. Have to be very careful here. How she gets back, you have to be careful with the one that skids on as well with the arm. So there are a lot of things to consider here for nation. It is bouncing, it is turning. To be careful with that one that slides on as well. Now forward in defense, as the coach would want you to be. 12-1. This time she's pulling it to square leg again. Would she get the same result? She doesn't. Didn't time it properly as well because of the bounce of the wicket, and she picks up another single.
Struggling a little bit with the bounce on that pull shot. Hit high up on the bat. Not too far away from the field at square leg, but far enough away from her for nation to safely get to a single.
This one is punched to backward point. Does it have the legs? Does it tease in? Yes, it gets over the fence. And 4 runs to complete over number 4. It's 17-1 Jamaica.
There's a good shot there from Bryce. Got the width, punch it through the offside, found the gap. No need to hit it in the air when you can cut it along the ground, and in the gap you'll get 4. Especially on that side, the ball tends to run away more quickly to the boundary. It's the ones that the fielders hit, the ones that they have to chase all the way to the boundary, the one that gives you the hope that you'll cut it off, but just beyond reach in the end. So that's an important boundary for Jamaica. Takes them up now to 17 for 1.
Well, 6 to get from 78 balls. Jamaica, 17 for 1. We're into over number 5. Final over of the power play would be bowled by Mohammed.
Should be 62 to get. Target is 79.
Yeah, the revised total. So Mohammed has bowled 1 over for 5.
In the last game that she played, she got struck while doing some feeling of her own bowling. I think it was Ray Liana Grimman who hit a firm drive back to her. It caused her some damage to her hand. I don't know. It seems as if she's getting some treatment to the same area now. Martin.
Probably tender. Still tender from that blow from that ball being hit by Grayman behind a game. These are the wear and tears of the game.
Yes, and just as we look at some footage from ITFX on the screen, just panoramic view of the Arnersville playing field. In its environs, you could see there the former runway of the former E.T. Joshua Airport. The hills there, Cyan Hill, Casson Hill, and that area, and you could see in the distance as well, Cyan Hill playing field. All is well now, it seems, for Mohammed Martin.
Well, it sees the drone makes it feels as though I'm coming into the E.T. Joshua Airport on an aircraft, coming in for landing as it comes close now, as you could see. Reminds you of that. Used to be an adventure coming into that airport on the Liat aircraft. It's now decommissioned. You have moved on now to the Argyle International Airport. But Jamaica will resume this battle, 17 for 1. Bryce on 4 and Nation is pulling that to deep backward square for another single.
Seems to favor the sweep shot. Early. Got that one away for a single.
Ooh, that's a good one outside the off stump. Pitch and has held its own and a little jiff on it as well. And it had a bit more pace on it, hitting the outer portion of the bat. Running down to third. Man, the fielder does a feeling there. Ramnath. Again, this one is pitch flighted. Driven through covers. It's gone for 1. So 2 more runs to the score. This one given a little bit more air. And Bryce really played it nicely through covers. Feel like they could have done a little bit better in my opinion. But 2 more runs to Jamaica.
That's what you're going to get from Bryce. He's a attacking player. He look to score. Look to put pressure on the bowler. At half volley. She'll probably be a little disappointed that she didn't get it to the boundary for 4.
But she didn't try to hit it too hard. She just timed it. This one she's hitting hard. High and hard. Goes over the fence. Brilliant effort by that fielder at mid-wicket. But that was flying, Cooper. You need wings to get to that one. That went for 6 off the bat of Bryce.
Yes, but at least Cooper did the right thing. She ran along the boundary's edge to try to intercept that one. We have seen several players feeling on that side of the field coming in to try to effect the catch, but the ball keeps coming to you because of the wind direction. So it was a good effort. In the end, just beyond her. I think just a fingertip to it.
Bryce getting things going here, but good comeback by Ramnath. Quicker delivery outside the off stump. Pushing that front foot out. again. He's flighted that delivery, but with a little bit more guile and pace. It's turned into a Yorker, basically, and brings you over to an end. It's 26 for 1 here at Anningsville. Before Joseph, she got 27, Mohammed 9, and Shaw, she got 7. Taylor got 3 for 9, Watts 2 for 13, Waysome 2 for 19. So the bowlers contributing here for Jamaica, 2, 2, and 3. As we complete the power play, it's 26 for 1. And joining me is Stacey-Ann Adams. Welcome back, Stacey-Ann.
Hello to you, Stacey-Ann. Stacey-Ann. Welcome. Hello to you, Ken Roy, and to all the viewers that's tuning into this match. Change of bowling. Brianna Haricharan with ball in hand.
You normally practice his names when you go home, Stacey-Ann.
Sorry?
Haricharan.
I guess when you hear the names enough, you see them enough, it just comes naturally. It's like calling your name, Kenroy Martin.
No, that's
always
easy.
Good company.
That's easy. Haricharan is a different. It's like calling my name twice. But we're here with Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago, the two of the bigger islands in the West Indies. T20 Blaze here. This one is flighted down the leg, white signal by the umpire. So what you have seen here so far, Stacey, and what's your advice? What would you say now with this game? Power play has been completed. That would be our advice to Jamaica and Trinidad.
Getting on the back foot nicely there, Nation. Getting a single. Yeah, I did see it earlier on when I was on comms with Allenson. Power play now completed 5.2. So giving the same treatment to Jamaica as they did to Trinidad and Tobago women. So all is fair all around. Abigail Bryce, this one is chipped in the air. And Anisa Mohammed running towards it, takes a catch, and everyone is buoyed by that wicket. I think it's a massive wicket there, Abigail Bryce.
Well, it is. She's looked to just turn it on the onside and played a little bit too early, hitting the leading edge. And a good catch by Alicia Mohammed, running from short extra cover to at least short mid-on and taking a lovely catch. Trinidad and Tobago has their second wicket, that of Bryce, an important one.
Yeah, she has emerged as such an important part of this batting unit for Jamaica. Always comes out and bats with purpose and clarity. On that occasion, Haricharan, bowling smarts come into play there. And Abigail Bryce, a top edge, which shows now exposes the rest of the batting of Jamaica. With Stephanie Taylor now joining Shadeen Nation, you are asking about how I see it. And I did say it before. It depends on the start that Jamaica gets. So important for those 4 wickets, those top 4 batters, to look to take the game deep. Shadeen Nation has had a good start. Abigail Bryce started in her most proactive form. She has to go back. Now, a lot will rely on this partnership. If Trinidad and Tobago is able to get a quick breakthrough here and break this partnership quickly, they will feel that they have enough bowling resources to restrict the other batters to come.
Well said. I think Jamaica is top heavy as we know it. Most of the teams are top heavy. Once you get through the first 4 batters, then the trend is that the middle collapses. Haricharan has picked up a critical wicket, that of Bryce. Ooh, that's a good delivery to start proceedings to Taylor.
Yeah.
She did well to keep that out.
Yeah, top stuff there from Haricharan. Usually bowls a lot of googlies and slides it on, but that one, you just saw that one drifting away from the right-handed batter. Well done there by Taylor to keep it out. It's a good start to Taylor from Haricharan.
Ooh, it's pretty much on sound here since she's been introduced to run. And I saw that celebration there between her and Mohammed. Is like a mother and a daughter welcoming each other. I haven't seen her for a while, Mommy. She hugged her tight and said thank you. Looks very good. This one is banged to cover. Who's that? Is
it was short and wide. Couldn't put it away there, Taylor. Didn't get a lot of those deliveries to start so far. This time.
Now she gets a gap. Into the fence for 4. So a loose delivery by Harry Chiran there, and Taylor, with her class and experience, she really nailed that into the fence for 4. Stacey, I would love to see a few things about that shot as well.
Yeah, a touch of class there really from Stephanie Taylor. Previous delivery short and wide, couldn't find the gap. That occasion, just waited on it a bit more. It was fuller. Got her hands through it nicely. And no one was catching that once it passed the gap. It's a good start for Stephanie Taylor. 4 deliveries, 32 now from 2. Needing 47 for victory, 45 from 66 balls.
Yeah, Jamaica would need Taylor here today to get past the score. As we said, they are top-heavy, Nation and Taylor, 2 of the most experienced players in this tournament. And they are playing for Jamaica. They are at the crease. So, Mohammed comes back. That bounce again and has some turn on it. It's not turning prodigious, but it's just turning enough to keep the batters in check. Really some good bowling here by the spinners from Trinidad and Tobago. Hitting that line just on the off stump and coming back into the batter.
Yeah,
really good stuff.
Just needs to be an adjustment to the runs required because those 2 runs were added. It should be 47 required from 65 balls now.
Again, this is short. She's finding the gap. Loose delivery from Mohammed. No problems in dispatching that, his Nation. And it goes over the fence for 4.
Yeah, far too short there from Anissa Mohammed. And it's a productive area as well for Shadeen Nation. Plays those horizontal bat shots quite well. And she nailed that pickup shot on the onside. No one there, lots of space. Just had to pick her gap and did so quite well.
Yeah, short. Loose delivery from Mohammed. Nation really good at executing those, and the bounce on it as well. Just sat up. This time she's flighting. Ooh, trouble. Ooh, well run by Taylor.
Yeah, direct hit will always keep the players interested. However, so close, but not close enough. Taylor looked as if she was struggling to get in there.
Yeah, seems to extend that hamstring a little extra, and she would have liked. Held it when she passed the stumps. 37 for 2. Mohammed, a little bit more expensive than normal. She into her second over, 10 runs so far. Again, she's going down to the fence. Does it have enough legs? 2 are falling off, 3 falling off. Oh. Puncture almost got there. Got 2 more runs, Taylor.
Yeah, short and offering her width. She scored a number of runs in that region versus Windward Islands in the previous game. He started to offer her that width again, and she has managed to capitalize on most of the deliveries so far.
Again, good show there. Good work there by the youngster.
Seems as if they're targeting young Shreya Jairam. So far, anything hit to her, they've set off for a run. Proven to be a successful ploy. So far, that is. It was a good, strong throw as well. Could have been in some trouble had it been a direct hit.
And once it becomes direct, they're in trouble. That's some good feeling by the youngster. 40 for 2. It's Mohammed again into the gap, but finding the fielder deep mid-wicket. Cooper, I think it is. She gets another single. Mohammed just a little bit shorter than usual. She has completed 2 overs for 14 runs. And Jamaica needs another 38 from 10 overs. Pretty much in a safe position in my opinion, but in this tournament, nothing is really safe if you lose a wicket or two. You have seen it before.
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago, I think they've served up a number of loose deliveries, especially after getting that wicket of Abigail Bryce. Now we see a change in bowling again. Brianna Haricharan is replaced by young Shreya Jairam.
Jaira takes up the attack. She got 4 in her last outing. What an outing for her. I think she was pretty much, I don't want to use the word robbed, but she wasn't given the opportunity to call like a fifer from my vantage point. She was given, so unfortunately she didn't get that fifer. She's now back into the attack, but today's a new day, a new team. She has to start from scratch again. 41 for 2. She needs to defend 38. Would fortune favor the brave this time again? She's playing against Jamaica. Her first delivery, 15 years old. Outside the off stump, she's been greeted. And the pass is a feeler for 4. Full toss. She got a lot of wickets with those in the last game, really. But it was a full toss outside the off stump, and she was greeted by Nation with a cover drive for 4. Badly misfielded as well by the fielder running around.
Yeah, it was full. It was wide enough. Kirby's in the circle. Running around to her left, unable to dive and stop it. So a good start for Nation. Capitalizing well on anything loose so far in this batting display from her.
Jairam. Right arm leg spin.
Yeah, young Jairam credits her leg spin to her father. That is someone, along with her parents, that's been instrumental in her playing cricket. And now here she is at this level, regional level. Credit must go to the likes of Marissa Aguilera and Trinidad and Tobago as well, recognizing her talent early and throwing her in the line of fire.
She's definitely in the line of fire with Taylor on the other end. Full toss, and that been smashed over mid-on into the fence for 4. She has to be careful here.
Yeah, and this is the difference. You saw that in that game versus Guyana. A number of those deliveries served up were hit straight to fielders on the leg side boundary, but Taylor, different class, deciding she's seen enough. She knows well that the fielder's in the circle at mid-on, and she can go over there and get a boundary. A lot of the players were trying to play her square and up as well, rather than hitting the ball down in that region. Saw her picking up 2 wickets with full tosses, just where Janaba Joseph is on the boundary at mid-wicket.
She's gone for 9 in 3 deliveries so far. This time she's hitting it back to her. She gets her body in the way. Has no problems in doing so. And it bounces out to that field at short, extra cover. I think she needs a bit more protection, but the leg spin is so hard to control at times. She has done pretty well with it at 15. Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one. And you get that from leg spinner. A young woman, she attends the Naparima Girls High School, a proud moment for them. A prestigious school in the south of Trinidad. Also excellent in academics. Received the highest standing award for chemistry. So not just sporting excellent, but academics as well. Would really love to have picked up the wicket of Taylor. Didn't start well in the over, Jairam, but finished well. Jamaica women 50 for 2.
Yeah, good comeback there by Jairam. As I said, leg spin is a pretty hard art to deal with. And she really served up 2 full tosses, which was dealt with by Nation and Taylor. 2 experienced players. 50 for 2, Jamaica. Looking for another 29 in 9 overs, Stacey. And things looking pretty good for them today.
Yeah, I must say of the young lady. Yes, we mentioned that she didn't start when the over finished well, but she idolizes some of the greats, likes of Shane Warne, Rashid Khan, and Alana King from Australia. So she continues to keep watching clips and implementing some of the craftiness from these players. She'll go a very long way. Shreya Jairam already has the fundamentals as Karishma Ramarak with ball in hand. Starts with a wide. Not a good start from your senior bowler.
It pitched and turned, Stacey Ann. The wicket has some turn and grip inside of it. It's really spinner's wicket for me.
Yeah, in fact, it's been called byes because I guess it was close enough to that line that's close to the stump.
Ooh, that's a good one again, sliding on. You have to watch that carefully. But Nation was equal to the task.
Yeah, they're throwing everything at it now, Trinidad and Tobago. They're wanting that breakthrough.
Again, I like the way these spinners come at the batters. They're not giving them anything too loose. They're coming at the batters all the time, giving them something to think about.
Just one fielder out of the circle now, Brittany Cooper. That square leg region. She comes into play. A single off the bat of Shideen Nation.
Yeah, smart cricket. Not taking any risk. Coming inside and just turning it neatly to square leg for a single.
Yeah, really no need. No need to take any risk from here on out, these two.
This time in Taylor's favorite area. Back foot and cuts. Down to third man. Picks up another 2 runs. She's been very busy since she came into the wicket, Taylor.
Yeah, and what she's doing, Taylor, she has assessed conditions really well. She's waiting on the back foot. She knows that she's going to get sufficient enough bounce to play that shot. And with the turn as well, she's able to just open the bat face and play it into that region. Anything on a good length or just short of a length, she'll wait on the back foot to play that cut shot or so to the offside at the end of 9, 55 for 2 as the players refresh themselves, and we'll also take a short break here in the comms box. Yeah, welcome back here after the drinks break. Jamaica women looking good. This partnership between Stephanie Taylor and Shadeen Nation looking to take them home to their second victory in this tournament. Trinidad and Tobago women came into this match with an eye on the place and the final. But after not notching up enough bonus points in the match, in fact, none at all so far, and also looking at as if they're staring down the barrel of a loss. One wide stumping opportunity as Shadeen Nation found herself out of the crease, but they'll sneak too. Brianna Haricharan back with ball in hand.
Haricharan.
Generally
attacks the stumps as a bowler. You have to be mindful of that when you're facing her. Be as straight as possible. He replaces Jairam, who is expensive. It was solitary over so far today.
One badly lined as well and called wide. Trinidad and Tobago women, a bit of ill discipline creeping in now. We thought when they got that wicket of Abigail Bryce, they needed to tighten the screws a bit. However, they served up a number of full tosses, shorter deliveries, and the extras as well, which brought Jamaica firmly in control. This partnership now with ease up to 30 of 23 balls.
Yeah, they only need 21 from the better part of 8 overs. But not many left to get. So no pressure on them really to go and take any risk against the bowling.
Yeah, again, just too straight there, Haricharan. And the running has been good between these two. Experienced batters in the middle.
Yeah, so 60 now on the board. 2 of 9.3 overs. 19 to get. They'll be looking to get them as quickly as possible, but both batters, if you know them well, they would want to ensure that they are both not out as well. Fielders out are deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg on the boundary.
Yeah, with the way things stand now, Jamaica would know that they had a very slim chance of making the final, extremely slim. That could have only happened if they collected all 14 points in the match and then results go their way for the other 2 matches. But Barbados is in Guyana, so you know anyone with a win there would surely have put them out of contention. That one put placed in the air just short of Amelia Khan. Now, Trinidad and Tobago women, they are also out of contention because it looks as if they're going to remain on 21 points and Barbados will have 22 points ahead of them.
Correct.
Oh, this one, an edge, a top edge. Was just stuck on the crease there. Shadeen Nation and Haricharan with the breakthrough.
Yes, as I said before, she's a bowler who attacks the stumps, goes wicket to wicket. So playing across the line is a bit fraught with danger. Always best against a bowler like that to play in the V, play down the ground. Doesn't turn the ball a lot, but the pace varies. And that's something you have to be mindful of when going across the line to a bowler like Haricharan. And that's her second wicket. She has proven to be quite a handful to all the teams that she has played against.
Yeah, and this is hindsight now, but with the introduction of Jairam, that's the end of the over as well, 60-3. When Haricharan picked up that wicket of Abigail Bryce, I know that she bowled a full toss that Taylor was able to put away, but she did pick up the wicket. So I thought it was a bit curious when they introduced Jairam to Nation and Taylor at that given point in time. I think the better choice perhaps would have been to let Brianna Haricharan continue, hope that she gets a breakthrough, and then Jairam could then bowl to the batters who are just finding their feet in regional cricket.
Agreed. Sound analysis there, Stacey. I don't think it's just hindsight. I think when we saw her come on at that point, there was some discussion in the box as to whether that was the right move, given the players who are there at the crease and the situation of the game.
Yeah, so Ramnath, there's an appeal going up. 17 runs to get now. Krishana McKenzie, a new batter. Ramnath is in the leading wicket taker. 19 runs to get. Sorry, I beg your pardon. It's a bit short. Anisa Mohammed gets in the way. There's a quick single. McKenzie wasn't allowed to it originally, but because of the misfield by Mohammed, they were able to get through and get another. So, importantly, Stephanie Taylor remains on strike and they pick up 2 wickets. Yes, but Samara Ramnath, the leading wicket taker for Trinidad and Tobago, up to 8 wickets now in this contest. Just third on that leaderboard for most wickets. Nijani Cumberbatch out front, Amanda Edwards with 8 wickets as well. So it's a tight squeeze on the leaderboard for most wickets. So too most runs.
But you see what is in common there? You have 3 off spinners. Cumberbatch, Edwards, Ramnath, in terms of the leading wicket takers in the competition.
And if you look at the top 10, the top 15 even, one pacer in the top 15, Shanisha Hector with 6 wickets.
That says a lot about the tournament and the difficulty that the batting teams have had against the spin bowlers, not just in terms of keeping them out, but also scoring runs.
Stephanie Taylor. This one is hit in the air just past the right hand of Ramarak. Stephanie Taylor now up to second on that leaderboard for most runs. Janelia Glasgow with 117. But Taylor hot on her heels with 104. Amanda Edwards in third with 90 runs. One badly lined. And that's the skill of Stephanie Taylor. Really easily done. Effortlessly done. Because it was on the line of the leg stump. All she needed to do was get back onto it. Brings the over to an end with a boundary. And Jamaica gets one step closer to pulling off back-to-back victory in this tournament.
Yes, badly lined as you mentioned. And really just moving slowly but surely to their victory now, Jamaica. Taylor will be looking to bat through the innings. Mackenzie has just come to join her. With the experience of Taylor, she'll be looking to shepherd her team to the next 11 runs that they are looking to get. Mackenzie has an opportunity to bat not under as much pressure as she has been at various other points in the tournament. So an opportunity to get a bit of an eye in, as we would say. Although this is the last round of games, opportunity for you to get a knock. Without much pressure, you always have to take advantage of such opportunities, Stacia.
Yes, certainly. We want to finish well with the experience of Stephanie Taylor at the other end, guiding you, giving you advice, ball after ball. But Harry Charan, it's good figures so far. Looking to add to it. Can she? Yes, she does. So she picks up a third. 3 wickets now for 11 runs. And Krishana McKenzie just laughed in that one to Janaba Joseph, who gleefully accepted it.
Yeah, fairly straight delivery. Not too sure what Mackenzie was trying to do there, because by the time she made contact with the ball, or bat, the angle, the face of the bat was pointing up in the air. Didn't seem to hold back and wait for the ball to get to her at all. And it doesn't betwixtness or between one and the other, neither, nor. And in the end, that indecisiveness was her downfall. But again, you see that wicket to wicket line and that good length from Harry Charan. Not a half volley, not short either way. You can go back on the back foot and cut or pull. And she has maintained that discipline essentially throughout the tournament. Just a few deliveries here and there. She's showing that level of consistency that you want to see.
Yeah, indeed so. And we go back to when she was taken out of the attack. Perhaps could have been a different picture, but Since she came out of the attack, Jamaica was able to and have found themselves in a much more comfortable position where there isn't any sort of pressure to talk about. But Harry Charan continues. Trinidad and Tobago will love for her to go back to back. Kate Wilmot, a new batter. Not adjusting to the right-handed batter there, Harry Charan.
Yeah, there's a chat between the two batters now. The instruction from Taylor will be, don't try anything untoward. Don't try anything too out of the ordinary. Play her straight as possible. See that she's a threat with her wicket to wicket line that time, just going slightly down the leg side. Maybe an adjustment in her guard as well to ensure that the leg stump is not exposed.
Yeah, we're seeing that now. So some sound advice coming from Stephanie Taylor at the other end. We've seen Kate Wilmot and the way she's gone about in this tournament. She looks to play her shots. Wilmot.
I think that shot that she just played is what she'll be looking to do. Play as straight as possible.
It's one hit uppishly, but out of reach. They look for two, but good fielding there by Janaba Joseph. He keeps it to 1.
Joseph has done very good work for her team in the field today. Also with the bat, she top scored for Trinidad and Tobago with 27. Not much else to write home about doing that innings for them. And with a score that we always thought was a bit below par. And so it is proving now up to this point. But Harry Charan would have other ideas. How many wickets can she get in the remaining deliveries that she has?
One pull hard and flat. But protection there on the onside. In Janaba Joseph, who's done a really good job of fielding on the boundary. Good run she made there on that occasion. We're down to single figures for Jamaica. Nicely walked off the gap, off her legs there into the gap there, Kate Wilmot. So a good foil so far for Stephanie Taylor, trusting her as well, because it's the last ball of the over. End of 12, Jamaica women 71 for 4, requiring 8 more for victory.
Well, she's batting at number 6. You have to trust her. Quite high in the order still. You'll be also a top order player if you're batting at 6. It's in that middle of the innings there. So it's a key position. Wilmot is a bit of an all-rounder as well. So she bowls, she bats. So that's good to see from the youngster. Looking forward to seeing how her development goes from here on. You'll have the challenge of facing up to Anisia Mohammed, who possibly could have bowled more at the top. See that the runs that were needed were not necessarily that many.
Looking to have a go there, Wilmot. Nice diving stop there by Samara Ramnath. Takes it on over the fielder. I think Stephanie Taylor was telling her, look how close the fielder is. Perhaps take a chance and go over the infield. Good ploy in the end. The fielders are really tight in on the circle. So once you have enough power and get enough bat on it, the connection will always take it over. A good single for get Stephanie Taylor back on strike. Hint of width off, still able to get hands through it. She's so good at executing that shot through that region. Couldn't find a gap on that occasion. But such good execution there from Taylor.
So, and then now from Anissa is one in a similar area, but a bit quicker to see that she could draw the error from that same shot, but electing to leave it alone. Taylor.
This time she's bold, looking to give herself room to access the offside, much too close for that shot. And Anissa Mohammed has the last laugh, albeit a bit too late.
This game, no, I don't think the game is over just yet. I'm thinking that, as I mentioned at the beginning of the over, I'm not too sure why Anissa didn't bowl more overs at the beginning of the innings. Yes, it may seem as if it's a bit too late, but you never know with cricket. Still a few runs to get, and it's never really over until it's over. But that's always far with danger. You mentioned that she executes the shot well, but it's against an off spinner. If the ball does turn in, there's always a danger of it beating the inside edge, or indeed taking the inside edge and coming back onto the stump. I don't think that Mohammed would have been too displeased seeing that cut shot, and in the end she was able to dismiss Taylor. Jamaica still need another 7 as Resumption comes to join Wilmot.
You mentioned it. It's not over until it's over. Bit more drama to add to it. Recognized batters are dismissed. Nisha and Resumption can hit the ball a long way, but herself at the non-strikers end, and Kate Wilmot as Brianna Haricharan, who's already picked up 3 wickets, bowling quite well so far to contend with. Just to let the viewers know, because of the adjustment to the score, they haven't gotten that adjustment on the screen, but it is indeed 7 runs for victory and not 5. So Haricharan to Wilmot.
There's some technical issues there. Iron out. But yes, as the commentator reminds us, 7 runs to win. Fielders are in except the deep mid wicket, so not a bad ploy from Trinidad and Tobago. If they could exert a bit of pressure.
Lots of deliveries to play with, but it's the pressure from the good bowling, and then knowing that don't have the likes of an experienced batter to come. So when it's hit in the air, there's a fielder close. Amelia can recover with a run out. I thought it was close enough and in the air long enough for her to try and attempt that catch, but instead they managed to get a single, a valuable single from Kate Wilmot.
Word between the two. They're just trying to ensure that they're on the same page about what they want to do from here on. The batters. Haricharan continues to cause some trouble here.
This bunks and turn there from Haricharan. Talk about causing trouble, Alanson. It's been all over the Jamaican batters today.
Yeah, she has acquitted herself exemplarily throughout the tournament with the ball in hand.
One is in the air, but it's over. Kirby plugs. They managed to get 2 more runs. So getting enough baton to that to get it over the head of Kirby, so important there. Takes the score down to required runs 4 for Jamaica.
Yeah, I think that is what Resumption will do. She will look to hit the ball. She will look to go for the top. There's no one really back on the boundary except the deep mid wicket, Janaba Joseph. In hitting it firmly, but well fielded by the fielder at square leg. Jairam brings an end to the over. 75 for 5, Jamaica.
Yeah, Guyana and Barbados waiting. Big match on our hands next up. Both of these teams still in with a chance. Barbados more so know that getting a victory is all they'll require to get into that final. And even along the way, if they are able to pick up some bonus points, but a victory is so important. Much harder for Guyana, with 16 runs, 16 points on the board. A lot to do for them.
It's
perhaps.
only possible. They'll just have to play an exceptional game with bat and ball to ensure that they get as many bonus points as possible. It will be a challenge for sure.
Yeah, so Ramarak, ball in hand, searching for some quick wickets in this over. Wilmot on strike. Walks it into the gap. A tight fielding. The fielders are tight in a 25-yard circle.
Really quick delivery from Ramarak. So Wilmot has to be mindful of that. Show that she presents the full face of the bat, because they will be going up very quickly if anything strikes or pads.
Just making some changes. Slip comes out, Anisa Mohammed. More protection on the onside. And she's gone. Wilmot playing back to that delivery is bold. Is there life in this game yet? Ramarak strikes.
Again, I mentioned the danger of that straight line. And she's looking not just to play back, but look at where the bat is coming from, and that she's looking to play across it as well. And the pads are inviting, but this time it actually hit the stumps. So another very important wicket from Ramarak and Trinidad and Tobago. As I said, they are not out of this game just yet. Stranger things have happened.
And that one kept a bit low. We've seen, especially from that end, some bongs, but that one just skidding on. So another batter will have to come out and face the music. Vanessa Watts has some experience. She's been in this Jamaica setup for a very long time. She's seen it all. The team just requires her to get 4 runs to get them over the line.
Nobody's leaving now. So even the players who are waiting to play the next game, they are just intriguingly looking at the game that is about to finish.
Both teams hoping for a victory by Jamaica. So every time a wicket falls, you see some pacing over there by the Barbados players. Makes their job a lot easier if Jamaica wins.
Definitely.
This one is in the air, it's skied. Kirby is there, and she takes a brilliant catch. Diving to her left. Back-to-back wickets now for Karishma. And oh my, this game is turning. This game is turning slowly in favor of Trinidad. 4 runs to get. And Karishma Ramarak and Trinidad and Tobago, they're up and about. They smell a victory here out of nowhere.
Brilliant from Kirby. She moved to her left and just was never looking as if she was not going to take that catch. And she was able to complete it. And it's the 7th wicket down for Jamaica. Ah, boy, it's really coming down to the wire. Serious pressure here now for both teams.
Yeah, a brilliant catch. It was always going away from her. Lost her feet, but long hands from her. A good dive from Kirby. Desperately needed that wicket, and she came up with the goods for Trinidad and Tobago. New batter in, Shireen Burnett. Skipper and Ramarak decided to take the ball from that end. Her last over, 3 more balls to get.
tell you what, if she gets another couple wickets in this over, then it's going to be an interesting one for the next one.
On a hat trick as well. We haven't seen any hat trick in this tournament so far. Can she be the first? Nicely defended there by Shireen Bonnet. What is really required right now from Jamaica? Just calm heads out there in the middle. 14 balls, I beg your pardon, remaining and just 4 runs. On the back foot. Again, nicely weighted, nicely watched. And importantly, getting her bat down to keep it out.
Yeah, she just needs to play out this delivery, and I think Wilson will be thinking to herself that she needs to take the 4 runs when she gets back on strike.
Swinging across the line there, Shireen Bonnet. Think my co-commentator Alanson Cruikshank got excited there. 75 for 7, double wicket maiden by Karishma Ramarak. She's done for the day with ball in hand.
Yes, very good spell from the skipper. Put herself now to bowl when the pressure was on at the end. Those 2 wickets in that over. They have kept her team in contention. Harry Charan has bowled out.
Nick, look at
They're
friend.
going to go to Kobe.
Look, Nick friend
I'm
coming.
not too sure if this is the right move, if they have any of the spinners left. Probably with the X. Even Jeremy, I think, could be an interesting move here now because I think these 2 batters will be looking to hit the ball. You could set back a deep onside field and put the long off in place as well. And they will go at her, and she's getting the ball to turn. So it may be worth the gamble, but they're going for the safer option, I think. The experience of Kirby. But Kirby would also add some pace to the delivery, which would probably make it a bit easier for the Jamaican batters to score.
Yeah, she runs in Kirby, but the deception is she really delivers like she's bowling spin. So you're not going to get a lot of pace. The question is, can she exhibit the sort of control that is required from a Trinidad and Tobago perspective? We've seen her done it, Kirby, with ball in hand. Can she pull off a miracle for Trinidad and Tobago? Starts on the line of the leg stump. Sunil Sao misses. It runs close to the boundary. We'll wait to see a signal from the umpire.
Not 3 runs, no.
Yeah. By signal.
3 runs.
So they managed to get 2, Jamaica.
They
There's
run
2
2.
needed to win
And the
now.
bias is 3.
That delivery just released the
How much they
pressure.
run,
I
not 2?
could tell you that you almost hear it like a pressure cooker
They run
steaming
1.
off at the end.
When they run 2 plus the bias.
Control is what was required. Didn't get that there
There's 1 to win right now.
that time. Looking to heave it to the onside. Managed to get some bat onto it. A bit of an edge, perhaps an under edge there from Wisam.
Yeah, so that's where she was looking to bowl the first delivery. Just missed the line a bit, but that's the length. We're on the top of off stump, not much pace. Slightly faster than the spinners, but not much difference in pace.
Oh, badly line should be called wide. They scamper through for a single. And what looked to be, would have been some sort of miracle. The control didn't come from Kirby, and Jamaica pull off a victory here. Back-to-back victory for Jamaica. Trinidad and Tobago out of contention for a race in the final.
Yes, it just means that there's a direct shoot-off between Barbados and Guyana for the place in the final against the Leeward Islands. Both teams will be playing in the next fixture at 2:30 p.m. today, local time. Disappointment from the Trinidad and Tobago women. Elation from the Jamaican women, able to get over the line at the end there in spite of the pressure. And what we're going to do right now is that we're just going to take a little bit of a look at some of the highlights of the innings. It was Bryce looking, and as she came out, she was very positive. She cut that one away for 4. Abigail Bryce getting that one over the boundary for 6. Was Nation. And then Bryce leading edge Well caught by the fielder Anisia Mohammed. Taken out of ground to her right. Turning back the clock. And then it was the Nation Taylor show for a period. Or maybe we could say Taylor Nation. Sounds a bit more catchy. Nation pulling that one. There's a few bounces over mid-wicket. And this full toss, she drove slight misfield there from Kirby, but once it eluded her, it runs away very quickly on that end to the boundary. So some runs off this over from Jairo, and I think this was a turning point of the innings. This is what really probably sealed the innings for Jamaica. They got a lot of runs in that over. And even though Harry Charan came back with that wicket again of Nation and bowled a tight spell along with her skipper who took 2 wickets in an over just to follow that. Just didn't turn out to be enough as there was another boundary there from Taylor. Soft dismissal, very soft dismissal there from Mackenzie. And Taylor was out cutting to Mohammed. A shot that is far with danger against the off spinner. And then the 2 wickets from Ramarak in that over, she dismissed Wilmot. Was bowled. And then what? Wonderfully caught by Kirby. And this really brought some hope and some life now into the Trinidad and Tobago team. You would have been thinking at this stage that they had the opportunity to win the game. But the next over, bowled by Kirby, a couple of extras and saw Jamaica over the line.
Yeah, we do love some drama, don't we? I was really enjoying that edge of the seat stuff for a moment or two there, especially when that wicket of Stephanie Taylor fell. But I really think that partnership, Nation and Stephanie Taylor, did enough at the top, especially when Brianna Haricharan came out of the attack. I think the next 2 or 3 overs or so really took the game away from Trinidad and Tobago women. Perhaps more runs on the board. We'll always cry for that. More runs on the board. 90, 100 even. We'll have seen a much more competitive game. Beautiful scenes there. Gorgeous island, multi-island nation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Beckway in the background. Wonderful shot by the drone.
Bataway Baliso. As you come from Beckway at the right, Mustique in the distance. Then Baliso, then Bataway also in the distance. Then Fort Duvenet.
Yeah, I was thinking, Alanson. They usually say January is such a long month. But if you come to St. Vincent, it will feel a lot less long because 31 days, you have Ada and Island or Keys to visit. And then you still have one left over for February. So come on over in January. Beautiful weather as well. Of
course, and you can probably do 2 per day. As I asked Stacey just to wrap up.
Yeah, so stay with us as we have another big match in the context of that run, that push to the final 2. Barbados versus Guyana at 2:30. So do stay with us as we continue to bring you live coverage in the CG United's Women's T20 Blaze.